Okay, so why don't we get started? It's 10:01. I just want to thank everybody for attending this TWG on a Friday, no less, and I appreciate that very much. What I'd like to do at this point is just take a quick roll call to make sure all parties are being represented today. I know some of you can only stay for the morning, while others have greater availability. So I'm just gonna name the party or IOU and just let me know someone on the within that party or IOU. Just let me know that they're here. Do we have SCG here?
That's
You say,
correct. We're here, Arnold.
Is SoCal Gas here?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Is San Diego Gas and Electric being represented? Is it?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. PG&E?
Arnold, yes, PG&E is here today.
Thank you. SoCal Edison? See Chris right there.
good morning, Arnold. Yes,
Morning,
SoCal
Chris.
Edison is here. Good morning.
Is Turn here?
Hi there, Katie's here for turn, and Charles Feinstein is on as well.
Katie, Charles. Is MGRA here? MGRA? Okay. Is Protect Our Communities here? Okay, someone from Cal Advocates here.
Yes, Anna's here with Public Advocate Office.
Thank you. Is UCAN being represented here?
Yes, Eric Wojcik.
Eric.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if Joe Mitchell has come on the line since then, or anyone from MGRA or Melinda Dickinson from PCF. Okay, so why don't we just get started, and then I'll check in to see if they either one of them show up in the next few minutes. So let me just quickly go over the purpose and expected outcomes of this workshop. Well, let me go over the agenda first. I apologize. So we're going to quickly speak about the purpose and expected outcomes, and I'll display the scoping memo issues that this particular TWG is related to. And then we'll go over the party comments regarding the NAVF2 recommendation. We'll take a short break thereafter. For block one, so we have 3 blocks today. They're just 1-hour-long discussions. We'll start with the standards for monetization of safety consequences. And then we'll break for a lunch, and then we'll come back, and assuming we haven't finished that discussion and we'd like to still continue down that road, we'll continue to talk about the safety consequences, and then we'll pivot to the reliability consequences at the conclusion of that discussion. And then we'll take another short break, and then in the final hour of discussion, we'll discuss the standards for monetization of reliability consequences. And then representative from the joint IOUs will discuss the proposed phase 2 process. And then we'll close the meeting. In that closing period, it's more or less just a placeholder for continued discussion or any additional questions people held on to throughout the day. I should say that the meeting is being recorded, as most of you probably noticed. We are going to use the same sort of etiquette as prior TWG, so we'll expect people to raise their hands when they want to speak, and we'll call on them in the order in which they raise their hands. If anyone has questions that they'd like to put in the chat box, we'll get to those as well. We'll keep an eye on the chat box. We want this to be more or less conversational. So if someone does have anything they want to share on their screen, we'll allow for that as well. But please, anyone who's not speaking, stay muted if you can. So again, the purpose of this meeting is to more or less develop the details of implementation for the level 4 recommendation identified as NAVF2, which states, with input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard set of parameters or formulas to monetize risk consequences using standard values from other government agencies or industry sources where possible. And so ultimately, that's what we're going to discuss today. and identify and discuss any merits of a standard set of parameters and formulas to do that monetization. Okay, so this particular recommendation by level 4 is related to scoping memo issue number 2 and scoping issue number 3. I have them up here for those who want to review them, and I'll just quickly run through it. So scoping memo issue number 2 asks, should the commission consider revising or refining the RDF methodology for valuing services, mitigations, and or impacts, such as those related to safety and reliability? If so, should the commission consider A, defining and requiring use of a consistent value of statistical life, B, whether the dollar value of attributes should be explicitly addressed, and C, the valuation of the costs and impacts of public safety power shutoff events as both risks and risk mitigations. And scoping memo issue 3 asks, should the commission consider refining or revising the methodology adopted in D1812014 regarding weighting of risk categories and or the replacement of weights and ranges with direct trade-off values of services and impacts. So before we continue, I think it would be useful to remind everyone of the bigger picture and the general problem that we're trying to address in phase 2 and phase 3 of this proceeding. So I'd like to turn it over to Fred of RASA at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Arnold. I think these points are probably pretty well understood by everyone involved, but I just wanted to give you our RASA staff take on really what the key issues are that we're trying to address. That so far, using the MAVF has produced unreasonable safety consequence implied values. With every one of the ramps, we've seen that we can go backwards with the MAVF calculation and work out that the value of an equivalent fatality is coming out to be $100 million. And this was borne out in the just very recently filed Edison. Edison ramp was just filed, and they come up with this number, having applied the settlement agreement guidance, which generally we found that this doesn't seem to be. It occurs to me that if we're able to imply a value of life through the MAVF, we would also have an implied value of electric outages, or actually gas outages, that really hasn't been explored in detail. But I think this concern also can show up there, that we may not be ending up with a reasonable valuation of reliability attribute in the way that the MAVF is applied. And that, speaking, I think, to also the scoping memo question about weights, our feeling is that assigning weights to different attributes could end up skewing the magnitude that is carried forward into things like the risk spend efficiency calculation, especially in the case of a very high implied value of life. If that is coming into the risk spend efficiency calculation in a way that makes it appear that a proposed mitigation is especially favorable because it has the ability to reduce that inflated value of safety consequence, then we're really not presenting ratepayers a reasonable proposal for what they can expect from their funding of a particular mitigation. Also, it's just been shown in many cases that the risk spend efficiency and the risk scores have been difficult to interpret as they're presented in GRCs and the wildfire mitigation plans. And there's been a call, I think, from OEIS to simplify, rationalize, have a more standardized method of risk spend efficiency calculation for their purposes. And we've certainly heard from the Energy Division in their analysis of GRCs that they're having difficulty knowing exactly what to do with those kinds of with risk that's presented in these fashions that we use now. And it's been recently brought home to us through some comments made by Turn on the PG&E wildfire mitigation plan that a cost-benefit ratio approach to presenting the effectiveness of a mitigation is a lot easier to understand. And in Turn's comments, they actually presented that RSEs should be instead expressed in cost-benefit ratios to make it really more easy to interpret and apply and evaluate the worth of a proposed mitigation. So those are some concerns that are on our minds that I think are embedded within the recommendations that we want to talk about today. So thanks for letting me give that view.
Fred, this is Chris Bias with Edison. I'm afraid you cut out right when you were saying a sentence or so about the ramp that SCE has just filed. Would you mind repeating that content for us, please?
Well, I did a very basic backwards calculation with the information presented in the Edison ramp, where they go through their assignment of weights and ranges. And to the best of my ability, I back calculated an implied VSL of 100 million, which is exactly the same as the other utilities have resulted in from their ramp presentations. If I missed a decimal point, I'd be happy to correct my my estimate there, but that's what it appears to me has resulted, and that has been the case with the Sempra and PG&E ramps prior.
Thanks for repeating it. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Fred, for the conversation. And so I should state with MAVF2, there was a general consensus to move forward with this recommendation. However, Charles Feinstein did have some concerns, and I know he's only available for this morning. So I did want him to voice some of those concerns this morning and have a conversation amongst folks here about some of those concerns. So
Arnold,
Charles,
thank you very much. This is Charles Feinstein. I'm a consultant to Turn, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the group because, as Arnold said, I must be away later this morning. Let me begin by saying—
Charles, forgive me for interrupting, but your volume is kind of low. If you can turn up your mic a little bit.
Is that better?
Yeah, that is better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me begin by saying that Turn does not support the recommendation MAVF2 with respect to monetization of the attributes, and we offer several considerations. First, it appears to us that this recommendation and some of the concerns about the MAVF arise from some misunderstandings about the process of constructing an MAVF and what some of the parts of the MAVF mean. It may be useful to go over those steps. The MAVF is constructed in 3 basic steps. Step 1, specify the attributes and the natural units of those attributes. The levels of the attributes are what may change when an event occurs and when a mitigation is applied. Benefit or cost is based on the attribute levels. Step 2, identify the range of each attribute in natural units. The upper bound of the range of the attributes should correspond to a recognizable event. The lower bound should be the best level possible. It is important to understand that the upper bound can be exceeded by either past events or future events. Extrapolation is both permitted and expected. One specifies a scaling function over the range of natural units that can be extrapolated that identifies the incremental value of changing the attribute level. Step 3, assign weight to the attribute range by trading off one range against another. One asks, what change in level is the more valuable and how much more valuable in comparison when the change goes from the upper bound to the lower bound? The ranges then should be selected to facilitate weighting. The weight depends on the range of the attribute. If a weight is assigned without considering the range, then someone has made a mistake. The trade-off, of course, is facilitated when the ranges are based on actual events. So let me give you a simple example based on monetization. Suppose the range of a financial attribute is from 0 to $100 million. Suppose the statistical value of life is 10 million. And suppose the range of safety attribute is from 0 to 1 fatality. If that's the case, then the ratio of the weights of the financial attribute to the safety attribute is 10 to 1. Why 10 to 1? Because the range of the financial attribute is $100 million, and the statistical value of life of 1 fatality is 10 million. So the weight is 10 to 1. But if the range of the safety attribute changes from 0 to 10 fatalities, then the weights are equal. Setting the weight for safety without considering the range of the attribute is simply not reasonable. Second set of ideas. There are several reasons that we believe that attributes should not be monetized. Although it may be possible to monetize safety and reliability, additional attributes have to be monetized to preserve the structure, and that may not be easy or natural to do. An example of that kind of difficulty occurs when considering environmental attributes. How much is cleaner air worth? How many dollars? It is true that there are complex elicitation techniques that colleagues of mine and I and other people have done to get to that kind of answer. But those kinds of elicitation techniques are probably outside the scope of this effort. Second point, we have to have transparency. The transparency in setting up value is provided by specifying the uncertainty in the levels of each of the attributes measured in natural units and how those levels change when events occur or mitigations are applied. That connection to the value of the attributes measured in natural units, which is what is actually affected by an event, can be lost when the attributes are monetized. Third point, let me continue on that. In the future, it may become convenient to assess dollar costs directly. Then the consequences are expressed as a probability distribution on dollars, and it'll be very difficult to analyze that kind of specification, and for my purposes, very difficult to falsify it. We have experienced sufficient challenges along these lines in our present analyses. If another level of abstraction is added, then that creates further distance from what actually changes, the attribute levels in natural units, and then our task becomes far more difficult. Fourth, individuals may be uncomfortable directly expressing the value of certain attributes in dollar terms. For example, many individuals are uncomfortable placing a dollar value on human life. And I hasten to say that the statistical value of life does not answer that question. Instead, the statistical value of life is used to determine how much expense can be justified in order to reduce the likelihood of the consequences of an event by a small amount. It is possible that this distinction will be lost on many people, and the monetized MAVF will be open to criticisms, including, how can you place a dollar value on life? That's not what you're doing, but that's what people will infer from this monetization. Fifth, the structure of the MAVF itself allows the kinds of implicit trade-offs that society and individuals actually make when they make economic decisions to become explicit. But what's the mechanism of that? The mechanism of making the trade-offs analytic is the comparisons and relative evaluations that involve ranges and weights on attributes without separately considering the monetary values of those attributes. In fact, once you specify monetary values for attributes, that entire trade-off is eliminated. Sorry, may I continue?
No problem here. I don't know. There's somebody seemed to cough.
Okay.
Yeah, I muted that microphone. Somebody was off mute.
All right. What I'm getting to is this: if we monetize all the attributes, the weights disappear. There are no more weights anymore because everything is expressed in terms of dollars. The monetization forces individuals to specify the value of attribute levels in dollar terms separately from all the other attributes. And this is a thing that is not needed because the MAVF answers the question of how do you evaluate the joint occurrence of different attribute levels without any notion of monetization. It is, as I put it, unnecessary. And in fact, sixth reason, the reason that the MAVF was created, it is that it's just too difficult in practice to get reasonable monetary valuations of an arbitrary collection of attributes. If that could be done, by the way, nobody would object. But it can't in practice. You cannot take an arbitrary collection of attributes and say, well, let's express everything in terms of dollars. It doesn't work. Now, what we suggest instead is that we use the statistical value of life, the value of lost load, any other naturally and specified parameters that are reported by, say, government agencies or industry groups like ASME or IEEE as checks on the reasonableness of the MAVF. The other choice is to use those parameters as structural features, and that's the intent of MAVF2. We disagree with that. We prefer the former to the latter because of all the reasons we cited above. Fourth point, when you monetize, you restrict the decision-making ability of the IOUs. For example, there are lots of ways to measure reliability. Why should an IOU be forced to adopt a measure that it does not use in its own decision-making methods? I have solved these problems for many different IOUs and other kinds of utilities. Every one of them has a different way of expressing reliability, and every one of them is able to trade off reliability in their own particular way of thinking against safety and against money. There's no reason to believe that that trade-off shouldn't be allowed to continue. And so I can make a general statement, and I'm speaking more for myself than Tern. Seems to me that these kinds of restrictions should be opposed because what we'd rather do is shine a light on the IOU processes and then observe the flaws of it and the consequences of those flaws and then offer corrections and alternatives rather than constrain the IOUs to perform an analysis in a particular way. And it seems to me that monetizing over-constrains the MAVF analysis. If the MAVF structure and the way it's built is truly appreciated, then the kinds of concerns that have been raised won't apply. And we can use the monetization as we ought to use it, which is as a reasonable check, a reasonableness check. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Feinstein. Before we open it up for anybody to comment, I'd like to ask level 4 for their reply.
Sure. This is Max Henrian. I will attempt to reply for level 4. And, you know, this is, for me and Chuck Feinstein, we're both, I think, members of the decision analysis community. And there has been for perhaps 30 or 40 years a discussion of this question of, you know, whether it's better to try to monetize attributes or use a multi-attribute value framework. And oddly enough, I don't know if Dr. Feinstein is aware of this, but I have tended in the past to be on the a proponent of using the multi-attribute framework of the kind that, well, similar to the current one that's being used, not necessarily identical, and using these elicitation methods that he talks about to try to assess the weights and ranges. But I, you know, as perhaps one of the primary authors of the sections of the Level 4 report on the multi-attribute value framework, I found myself in this case arguing the merits of using monetization. And let me try to address Dr. Feinstein's points in turn, if I may. So, first on misunderstanding the MAVF, I believe that we understand it pretty well. We've looked at it thoroughly. I think one point that he makes that I think is a very important point, which is that with the MAVF framework where you have ranges and weights, the weights depend on the ranges, and very specifically when you assess the weights, you're asking not like, what's the relative importance of safety versus dollars? You're saying, what's the relative importance of, a range of $5 billion versus, 0 to 100 fatalities? And as he notes, it can happen that people forget about that relationship because they interpret weight as importance without thinking about ranges. And in fact, the settlement agreement actually illustrates an example of that mistake. In the settlement agreement, it specifies that the weight for safety has to be at least 40%. And actually, in the context of a MAVF framework, that is kind of meaningless without specifying the ranges of the attributes. And it kind of illustrates, it happens all the time in my experience that people, when they first are exposed to multi-attribute frameworks, use the weight without remembering that it's actually a weight relative to ranges. So let me talk about the transparency. So Dr. Feinstein suggests it's important to be explicit about the natural unit, so measuring the outcomes in terms of fatalities and injuries or minutes of outage and so on. And I think we should all be completely agree with that. These natural units are the things that people understand, and it's very important to when showing results of a risk analysis to show the results in terms of those natural units. And any kind of MAVF framework or a cost-benefit framework should do that. And I don't think anyone is arguing against that. The question is, any of the frameworks, a multi-attribute framework, cost-benefit framework, whatever you want to call it, take these as same things as inputs, and they should be made very explicit because, we can understand fatalities, we can understand customer minutes outage and so on. The question is, when you take those inputs, how do you modify them ultimately to create a single numerical score to compare different risks or different mitigations? That's obviously the question we're talking about. So I don't think we're any disagreement about the importance of being explicit about the natural units. There is the question about discomfort of being explicit about what sounds like the value of a life. And of course, we talk about VSL, the value of a statistical life. It's certainly not uncommon that people kind of misunderstand that as, the value of X person's life. But I don't think there's any real way of getting around the fact that whatever framework we use is going to ultimately either explicitly or implicitly, as it currently does, put a value on a statistical life. And, as Tone and we have pointed out, the system already has an implicit value of the life. And when you look at it, it turns out to be, in many cases, in the range of $100 million. And there's questions about whether that's appropriate. So one possible mitigation for the term VSL is what the US Environmental Protection Agency has done, which is moved to the value of mortality reduction. There are some subtle differences, but essentially it's the same concept with a different name. And I think in terms of what we here are focusing on, which is trying to value mitigations, the value of mortality reduction has an obvious appeal. We're looking at trying to value mitigations that will reduce risk, that will reduce safety, and will reduce fatalities. So, but it's just a matter of choosing the right term. Ultimately, the underlying concept that there is a value being put on a statistical life is, for better or worse, unavoidable. I think the fifth point that Dr. Feinstein was making is that the MAVF makes the trade-offs explicit and they can get lost if you use a monetization approach. I would actually say that trade-offs are explicit in both cases and perhaps are arguably a little more explicit if you use a monetization. As we've seen, if you think about the trade-off between, fatalities, perhaps mortality reduction, and dollars, the VSL or the VMR make that a little bit clearer and more explicit than does the MAVF, where you have to actually, to understand the trade-off between dollars and fatalities, you need to actually think about at least 4 different parameters. There's the weight of fatalities versus the weight of dollars cost, and also the range for each. So you need to understand that trade-off, you need to be thinking about those 4 different parameters, whereas with a VSL approach, there's just one parameter, dollars per life saved, let's say. So I find that trade-off easier to explain, easier to understand, and therefore a bit more transparent in terms of making the trade-off explicit. And the same things would go for value of reliability. So the last point I think he makes is about the flexibility. And there's no question that if the CPUC decides to develop a kind of uniform set of values that should be used by all of the IOUs, it will reduce the IOUs' flexibility to decide on their own trade-offs for reliability and safety. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm not going to opine here. I think we have plenty of people that can address that. But he's certainly correct. It would reduce the flexibility of the individual IOUs. So let's say that those are the comments I wanted to make. Looks like we have a few hands up.
Thank you, Max. Let's go to Katie with her hand up.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make a quick clarification regarding the settlement and the 40% safety weight. That was actually applied to the settlement by the commission. It wasn't a part of the original settlement. So I think that, to me at least, kind of impacts that line of thinking with the settlement, that wasn't an innate part of what was proposed. It was applied to the settlement by the commission and the PD.
Yeah, I think my point there was that it's not that that is a sort of failure of the general MEVF framework, but it's an illustration how even smart people that spend a lot of time thinking about this thing can fall into this trap of thinking that, you know, weights mean importance, and whereas in fact, you know, weights without considering ranges are not really meaningful.
Vincent has his hands up. And then Dr. Feinstein.
Vincent, before you go, if I can jump in real quickly, this is Ken from PG&E. Arnold, I would like, since Dr. Feinstein's speech was I don't want to say long, but there's a lot to it. We'd like to reserve the right to address that those comments in the post-workshop report. You know, to the extent that we can't cover everything here, we'd like to address a little bit more in the write-up.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken. Can everyone hear me? I think so. Okay, good morning. Thanks once again for giving us this opportunity to speak. I gotta say up front, from what I heard from Dr. Feinstein, a bit of a head scratcher to me, really a bit of a head scratcher to me, the positions that I heard this morning. Some of the things I heard was we really can't value some of these attributes. Yet, the first thing that we got from Turn in our ramp was basically we backed out the wrong VSL. So, you know, life, very important thing. We heard we couldn't value life, yet we turned back out a value of life, and flight hours was unreasonable. So clearly, whenever you have dollars in one of any of your in your as one of your attributes, right? Natural thing people are going to do, any of the other attributes are going to be compared to dollars. That's what happened. So for Turn to go in there saying that really can't value some of these attributes, you know, whether you like it or not, that's happening. That's a point that Max brought up, and you know, we're after hearing what Max has said, we're kind of in agreement with a lot of the points that he's brought up. Brought up the points about flexibility. Flexibility about shining a light on our processes. Shining a light on our processes is important, but I would claim what is even more important is that as the IOU, we want to know clearly what our regulators expect from us. And if something, you know, that you know is not what the regulator expects, we want to know upfront rather than later, right? So of course we want flexibility in how we do our operations, but at the same time, clarity is something that we need to accomplish. And this VSL topic, and by the way, we do support renaming it to VMR. I think it just makes the conversation a little bit clearer about what we're trying to accomplish here. That's not about any person's single life, right? We're talking about risk reduction here. So that's one of the points we're trying to make. Flexibility is great, but we do want to know what the commission expects of us. And we've had issues with VSL, VMR in the past, and we feel that this is a thing that we want guidance from the PCR. The other thing I wanted to point out was if we go down this route of monetization, we would get rid of the weights and the ranges. Yeah, and I think we do want to get rid of the weights and ranges, because basically all the weights and ranges, and Dr. Feinstein started out his argument with a VSL and you know, derived weights and ranges consistent with that VSL. So it's like, why beat around the bush? Why not just use the VSL or VMR straight away? Why are we going with these weights and ranges? To Max's point, it just obscures and perhaps lead people down the wrong path, right? Thinking that there's actually some range or lower limit that we can impose on the weights, which we've seen happen already. So in the sake of transparency, clarity, we should just get rid of the weights and ranges. As far as another point that Turn brought up was basically if we monetize, then things might get lost in the mix. Everything gets converted to dollars. We don't know what's the safety risk. We don't know what's the reliability risk. In our own analysis, we already have the safety risk defined as distributions, modeled as distributions in the natural units. We have that for reliability as well. And we also like to point out that so that the analysis that Turn's thinking about looking at them in natural units, we can do that right now. But as it turns out, we look at our risk in terms of scale units, risk units, whatever you want to call them. And, so all those attributes, all those natural units are converted into some single measure, some rather obscure single measure risk units. And so that's smushing, that kind of losing that distinction between what's a safety risk and what's a financial risk and a reliability risk. It's already happening. So I don't really see the distinction that we're trying to draw here. So these are some of the points that I'm just not really understanding Turn on these positions.
Let's go to Dr. Feinstein, if we could.
Thank you. I'm glad that Vincent raised those points. And the criticism that Turn used against PG&E was based on the idea that the statistical value of life can be used as a reasonableness check. And so we certainly recognize that PG&E can say whatever it wants to about its attributes, the weights, the ranges, and the scaling functions and whatnot. And yet they have to be able to demonstrate that their multi-attribute value function is reasonable with respect to the cost of things like the statistical value of life and the value of lost load. And it's not. So far from saying that we can't value things in terms of dollars, we are saying instead that we use the dollar valuations to decide whether or not something's reasonable. And we know that PG&E's function is not reasonable.
I'm just saying, if you have an idea, if the commission has an idea of what's reasonable or not, just let us know to start with. We don't want to beat around the bush. If the commission thinks that the VSL should be based on federal sources, let us know up front. I'm not interested in doing all this work and then finding out later that the commission thinks it's not reasonable.
But Vincent, I don't think we're opposed to doing monetization or adopting standards for things like a statistical value of life or a VMR. We're not opposed to that happening, to use it as a reasonableness check. Those two, I think you're misunderstanding our position, or we're not expressing our position in the most clear way. We're fine with adopting standards that will serve as a guide to reasonableness for the utilities. We're just saying that just because you can monetize everything, that doesn't necessarily mean you should. And I'm going to send it back to Chuck, because he'll be able to say all of this in a much more a better way than me.
Katie, I think you said it fine, but the issue that we have is, as a general principle, it doesn't make good practice to monetize things. And I come back to Max and Max's discussion, or noting that this is an old argument. That's true. And the reason why the multi-attribute value function was created and the principles behind it were created is because some people on one side of the argument recognized that if you try and monetize everything, you don't get a good answer. Now, one thing I wanted to raise that was really important, based on what Max said, was that the trade-offs that you make in the MAVF really have nothing to do with weights per se. The weights are derived from trade-offs. And so the trade-offs are between changes in attribute levels. And this is not only related to what Max said, but also what related to Vincent said. If you set up different trade-offs that allow you to move an attribute from one level to another, then implicit in that is some monetary value because money is one of the attributes. So you could always, like Max said and Vincent said, you can always back out the statistical value of life. You can always back out the value of lost load. You can always back out anything that has to do with a reliability measure. Tern's objection to this is that that's something you should use to decide whether the trade-offs you've made explicitly are reasonable, not something that says this must be the case. The value of life must be $13.3 million, and you must have everything agree with that. On the other hand, Tern's position is, well, if you're somewhere between 10 and 15 million, that's pretty good.
So a couple things I wanted to mention that you, to Katie's point, I think kind of Charles basically confirmed it. As soon as you have a dollar as one of the attributes, everything can be monetized, whether you do it explicitly or implicitly. So I think I appreciate the philosophical arguments, but where we are today, that's already happening. The other thing is that as far as VSLs, perhaps maybe the commission can say, the commission doesn't need to adopt, for example, one single VSL. It can adopt a range of VSLs as well, right? So it's like I would like to know ahead of time before we do our ramp, before we do our GRC, what that range is, what that particular value is. We'd like to know ahead of time. That's all we're saying here. Make it as clear as possible, because Tern clearly had an idea of what was unreasonable, but didn't really tell us what was reasonable. We'd rather know the latter than the former.
But excuse me, that's not fair. When Tern commented on PG&E's MAVF, Tern said very clearly that it found $100 million to be unreasonable, and we pointed PG&E to data from the Department of Transportation and the Environmental Protection Agency that had a statistical value of life of approximately $10 million. So what you're saying is that's not a fair comment. We didn't just say, well, you're wrong, and here's and then left it at that. Or we didn't say, not you're wrong, we disagree, and left it at that. We expressly said what seemed to be reasonable to us, and you could do whatever you want.
Yeah, so basically, that's Tern's opinions. That's Tern's opinion, I should say. But at the same time, this is something that we obviously had our own opinion on that topic, and that's why we feel that going forward, this is something that should the commission have an opinion on it, needs to express itself clearly on the matter.
So are you comfortable with the commission then having an opinion that your most recent ramp had a very an implied statistical value of life that was unreasonable?
We have complied with the settlement agreement. We followed the steps in the settlement agreement as laid out in the settlement agreement to determine the weights and ranges.
Mac, do you want to?
If I can jump in though, Vincent, I think I hear you saying that it would be helpful if the commission could provide you with what we think is a reasonable number before you start doing your calculations, rather than waiting to go off by yourselves and do something and then find out after the fact that we or parties find your calculation unreasonable. you're asking, couldn't we give you some clear direction before you get started on your next ramp? Is that correct?
Correct, correct. And the commission tried to do that with the weights and ranges, but obviously, that has had, I feel that had some issues there. So clarifying for us is a good thing.
Max, you have your hand up.
Sure, I just wanted to say that, there's a lot to be said for agreeing on a value, but also maybe agreeing on a range of values. The EPA and Department of Transportation provide single recommended values. Well, the EPA hasn't been updated in a while. Department of HHS actually provides a range that goes from around 5 million to 17 million in the 2020 with a sort of central estimate of 11.4 million. I think there's a lot to be said for providing a range like that, whether it's based on one of the federal agencies or some other source. And then I'm not really suggesting necessarily that each IOU should, choose any value they want from in the range, but rather do a sensitivity analysis and see if there are decisions, let's say relative RSE of two types of project that are close to each other, then you can see, would that ranking change if you change the VSL from the low to high value? If it doesn't make a difference, then you feel comfortable, okay, it's a robust decision. If it does make a difference, then that's kind of interesting. It tells you that the, VSL or VMR that you use is going to affect this decision, and maybe it's worth thinking about more closely. So that's an example of using sensitivity analysis to sort of clarify and decide where it's worth putting more thought and effort into the analysis.
Does anyone else have anything to comment? Vincent, I don't know if your hand is still raised, but
I was just going to comment to say that Dr. Feinstein had to leave, but if anyone wants to follow up with him further on his comments, I'd be happy to facilitate that for you. So.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, if there's more to discuss and comments to be submitted, as Ken suggested, we can do that in the post-workshop, post-working group notes. Let's take a break. It was supposed to be scheduled for 11, so we'll take our break now, and then we'll reconvene at 11:15.
Thanks, Arnold.
Hello, everybody. It's 11:15. Not certain if everyone is back from break just yet. Let me just do a quick roll call here again. IOU's the Sempra representative from Sempra here.
Yes, yes,
Arnold,
Jordan is
we're here. Yep.
Thank you. PG&E,
Yes, we're here, Arnold. Thank you.
SoCal Edison,
Hi, yes, we're here. Thank you.
there's Turn,
Sorry, couldn't get to mute fast enough.
that's okay. MGRA, Joe Mitchell, I don't know if you had an opportunity to join us. Protect Our Communities. Cal PA,
Yes, Anna Yang's here.
thank you. And you can?
Yes, Eric Wojcik, sir. Thanks.
All right, looks like everybody's back from break. Okay, so we'll get started with exploring standards for monetization of safety consequences. And again, this is specific to safety, and we'll go until about 12 o'clock. And I just wanted to mention that this is intended to be conversational. We want a lot of discussion, and in doing so, we'd like to, if people can and don't mind, putting themselves on the camera, so you can see everybody's faces, and then I'll let Fred discuss these prompts on the slide, and then I'll take the slide down so that we can all see each other as we discuss it. So, Fred, if you're there.
Yep, sure am. Thanks, Arnold. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm just going to take the part of reading out these various questions that were asked in advance, and a few parties have submitted some responses, but I imagine other folks would like to just discuss these today, and so we thought we'd just lead the discussion by reading out the questions. We'll try to go one by one, and look forward to getting some input from everyone. So our first question, and I also want to say that our discussion doesn't have to be limited to these specific questions. If related ideas occur to you that you want to bring up, I didn't want to constrict our conversation to only these questions, but I thought we would start with these. So our first question, what are the agency or industry sources that can provide a standard for monetization of safety consequences? We heard, I think, some possible sources mentioned in the discussion earlier, but we'd be very interested in getting some specific recommendations of agencies that provide those sorts of numbers.
Yes, Katie.
I was just going to say, as was included in Turn's comments, DOT does it. And then I think also it was noted in the first session that EPA has a number, a VMR. I know for sure that the DOT one is updated to reflect inflation and price changes, but I'm not as sure about the EPA one.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Chris has his hand up.
Thanks very much, and good morning, everyone. Before we jump into the specifics, the IOUs have jointly agreed on a very short set of general opening remarks, and if it's okay, I'd like to just present them. It's literally a few sentences. It's not anything lengthy, so if it's okay, Fred and team, if I could go ahead.
Okay, sure, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and first of all, the IOUs very much appreciate the opportunity to participate in this technical working group today, and in all of the workshops and technical working groups to date in this proceeding. In the short time since Level 4 Ventures, or L4Vs, provided their updated recommendations, and the administrative law judge issued the scoping memo for phase 2 of this proceeding, the IOUs have been connecting to exchange information and discuss the recommendations offered by L4V. While the utilities are at different stages with respect to understanding the need for an application of standardized monetization, they are aligned with respect to supporting and informing SPD should it propose that the Commission attempt to set a value of mortality risk reduction. The joint IOUs also respectfully suggest that any changes to the current framework occur after due consideration by all parties, including identifying gaps and considering any evidence supporting the need for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other folks have any particular sources for information about value of mortality reduction?
Go ahead,
I
Vincent.
think, yes, go ahead.
Oh, I think you still on mute, Vincent.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to mention, PG&E, once again, we're not recommending any particular VSL. There are a couple of sources out there. I think one thing we wanted the Commission to consider is basically that whatever source is adopted has clear and transparent, is very clear and transparent, right? So we brought up an example in our comments of DOT. Kathy talked about inflating the VMR, and the thing that the DOT's guidelines does, it has a whole chapter on how to inflate the DMR, right? The VMR, right? It shows you the sources to use. It shows you which data series and the government statistics to use. So going back to that theme of clarity, right? That provides the clarity. The DOT also calculates the number every year, but we can do that calculation on our own because they've laid out the steps that they need to do. So just something to consider, that that's one criteria that perhaps PUC can consider when they choose a source.
Thanks, Vincent.
Go ahead, Max.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with Vincent that DOT has, provides this explicit methodology in a spreadsheet and seem to update things annually to cover inflation. EPA seems like they're still in process of updating their numbers, and their website doesn't suggest a more recent number. I'd also add that Department of HHS has a recommended VSL. Actually, they put in a kind of low, central, and high estimate, which I think is a good practice, and seem to, well, the latest one I see is from 2020. They also update it annually, at least in principle, based on inflation and changes in income. And there's if people want to dig into this in more detail, there's a pretty nice survey by Jim Hammett and some others from and Earl Robinson from a few years ago, and I think several of these agency studies are strongly informed by this survey. I also note that the closer to home, the California Air Resources Board, or at least the South Coast Air Quality Management District, has proposed using a value of mortality risk reduction for use in socioeconomic assessment that might be worth looking at, although it appears that theirs is just derived from the Robinson and Hammett review. I'll be happy to share links to all these things.
Thank you, Max. Oh yeah, mute again, Vincent.
My bad. I think Max brings up a good point that something for the Commission to consider is whether there are any adjustments to be made for California. We don't have any opinion. Just wanted to bring that up in the interest of furthering the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Arnold, if you want to move us back to the slides. Thank you. Well, we spoke to the next point. Are the standards adjusted periodically? And more interestingly, thank you, Max, in the chat, you provided the link. Well, what I would have kind of addressed this in the opening discussion. The question is, what would the use of standards look like for risk quantification? What would the downstream impact? This is a pretty wide open-ended question, but if people would like to comment there, I think Vincent already has his hand up. Go, Vincent.
Thank you. I think this is a perfect time to bring up the topic, right? Because okay, we calculate, we monetize the risk. Let's say we decide to monetize, commission decides to monetize the risk, get a dollar number, and then what, right? And then what's next? How do we use that dollar number? I think this is something we need to consider. Dr. Mitchell, I wish he was here, but in his comments, he showed a slide. He showed a slide that had two distributions, which you could pull it up as two distributions. One of them, was had a wider distribution but lower mean. One of them had a higher mean but a narrower distribution. We have to investments to mitigations that they have the same cost benefit ratio. I mean, like we're talking about, is that all we need to consider? I don't think so, right? Because we need to understand risk tolerance. This is something that was brought up in the interim SMAP decision, and I think just going through that decision, Dr. Savage mentioned that we need to take all these 50 steps to build the building, right? To build the building, and you need to take all these steps, getting a probabilistic framework, and defining risk tolerance standards as well. So along the same way, you don't have a building until you take these steps, and the other thing is true too. Unless you get these steps done, you don't have a building. We can't just look at cost benefit analysis by itself, because you ultimately come to a point where you look at these numbers. Okay, on average, it's 50-50 either way. It's like, do we do this or not? And risk tolerance, as has been recognized in that previous decision, is something that we really need to consider as part of having a full risk framework.
Yes, that's a really good point. Thanks, Vincent. I think so far it's been understood that even basing, say, decisions on RSE alone was not the expectation that it would be a key data point to be considered. But I think, to me, it makes sense that if we were expressing things in terms of a cost-benefit ratio, there would still need to be consideration of other factors and not solely that one data point. At least that's my opinion too.
William.
We have a hand up from William. Let's see. Well, you want to recognize who's up next up, Arnold? I think it's William.
Okay. So, and Max, jump in here if I misstate things, but I think our thinking, Vincent, was that risk tolerance is something that's done more universally, and that we would arrive at, as opposed to because a dollar's a dollar, and so if we convert things to dollars, then the risk tolerance itself would be done more at the level of the total, rather than a parameter by parameter. And then in terms of those probability curves that you're talking about, we need to differentiate between probability curves that drive the probability of a risk happening versus the consequence. And so I think that if we were to, and obviously you can have variability in both. So for the risk consequence, there would be wide variability between the value of an individual life. you could have in a wildfire have killed Elon Musk. So there's obviously going to be a wide variability there, but I don't think that we're normally statistically talking about modeling that side of the equation. I think that where a lot of the probability distributions come in is on the probability of a wildfire, how many lives might be lost, and so that's more on the probability of the event occurring, as opposed to the calculation of the value of the consequence. Did I say that wrong, Max? Or
No, that sounds great. I agree. I would caution about mentioning Musk or anybody and implying that some lives are more valuable than others. But although I will say the standard approaches to VSL do include an income adjustment, but it's not, per person, it's for the total affected population at risk. So if California has a higher average income than the presumably US income that was used by EPA, there could be a argument for adjusting it slightly there, but certainly not for individuals. And I totally agree. It's probably does not make sense to try to put probability distributions on these value trade-offs, because they are value trade-offs. They're judgments that individuals or organizations or societies make, and trying to put a probability distribution on them, I think, would be confusing. Vincent.
Sorry, it's me again, and this time I hope I hit the mute button correctly. Just wanted to mention that we talked about having distribution in dollars, and that's certainly one thing that we can look at. But at the same time, I think risk measures also need to look at the distributions in the natural units as well, right? I mean, perhaps you could have situations where just on a natural unit basis, just instead of looking at the combined measure, whether it's in risk units, in dollars or whatever, there could be cases where just looking at the outcomes in the natural units itself, you can find situations where the losses are just something you don't want to contemplate, and you want to address straight away the potential out there. That tail is just too big of a event for people to live with, to have out there. So I think having dollars as a overall risk measure is certainly one way you can go, but we should also be in our framework when we construct it, be open to looking at other risk tolerance around the natural unit as well. It's one way to put it.
Yeah, if I could add something to that. So the non-linear scaling functions that are currently used, I think, are generally interpreted as risk attitudes. And for risk attitude, I think, as Vincent's suggesting, it's certainly simpler and arguably better to have a single risk attitude scaling function that's applied at the end rather than separately for each attribute. But it's important not to confuse that with the fact that some of the natural units, one may want to have a non-linear scaling function. So especially, I think we use the example of minutes of outage. So 1,000 people having a 10-minute outage is not necessarily as bad as 10 people having a 1,000-minute outage, which is because obviously the length of the outage can tend to make things worse. And so a model of the costs of outages, which I guess we'll be talking about later on today, could very well have a nonlinear component in it in terms of how it translates from outages to dollar cost. But that's not because of the risk, it's because of the length of an outage has nonlinear value or nonlinear cost. And the scaling function that's used to assess risk or risk tolerance is a different thing, and that, I would argue, is easier to apply at the end, and you can apply it at the end on the dollars if one desires to have a risk attitude there.
Would
So I
it
don't know.
be, sorry, go ahead.
I think it was Brian and then Vincent.
Hey guys, this is Brian Landry from Edison. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I'm having challenges with my video right now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so just bringing it back to the question at hand. So when we talk about VSL, have parties contemplated also valuing, serious injuries along a gradient? One of the challenges that we have is, in addition to determining, serious injuries for certain events, is just the value and the ratio value of serious injuries to fatalities. And I think that may be more complicated by, applying a VSL. And also to the point about sort of valuing lives consistently, at least in Edison's MAVF function, we have a safety index that we apply that actually promotes, prioritizing vulnerable communities. So trying to go to the other side of the spectrum, is something like that contemplated in this sort of realm of VSL? How would that be modeled without sort of going back to an MAVF? I know we're trying to come to a VSL, but then when you break apart the sub attributes for some of these populations, you'd have to make some value judgments on the weightings of those. So just wanted to hear the thoughts about that in the context of this particular question.
Yeah, a very good question to raise. Very interested to hear other people's thought about that. We have some other hand raised. Should we go with Katie next, Arnold?
It depends. It was Vincent and then Katie, but if Vincent, you want to wait to respond, we can go with Katie.
Yeah, please go ahead, Katie. Ladies first.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, keep everything I say with a grain of salt today, that I am the lawyer and not the expert witness consultant in this. But when I was perusing the DOT documents, at least, they did have some suggestions for how you can, like how injuries can be treated as a subset of the VSL number. Sort of like a serious injury is 0.3. I don't remember. These are numbers I am making up on the fly. They're not the correct ones, but there is a chart within the DOT literature that goes to that question. And, again, I just wanted to point out that, perhaps it's using the word VSL. Perhaps we should be using value of, mortality risk reduction, because it's not about the valuing the individual lives potentially lost. It's about how much money we're willing to spend to avoid bad events that could result in fatalities. So just wanted to make those two comments.
So I was just going to respond a little bit to Max. I just wanted to point out that and that as far as we talked about earlier about the scaling function, and certainly recognize that there are, for example, on reliability, there's a nonlinear component to it. It's not a risk aversion component. It's just a pure nonlinear component. Totally understand that. Our kind of take on risk attitude is that basically this is a conversation we want to have with our regulators. Once again, feel it's important that our regulators understand what risk tolerance is, or clearly understand where our risk tolerance is, and vice versa. So I just want to mention that any framework that we come up with should be flexible enough to incorporate the various kinds of risk tolerance that we might see that our regulators might have, right? Or that are consistent with existing standards that are out there. That's all I wanted to point out. So having a risk tolerance on dollars is one way to go, but we could have also cases where people just have, or we just have risk tolerance at the natural unit level as well. So just want to point that out. Hope that's. Hope I,
Hey, Vincent,
it's
this is
clear.
Steve Hayne here. Can
Hey,
you
Steve.
hear me okay?
Yes.
I just want to clarify the concept of risk tolerance versus risk attitude. They are different concepts. The risk attitude refers to basically the shape of the utility function, whether or not for each increment you are linear versus it's concave versus convex in terms of its incremental utility value. Risk tolerance refers to how much the utility or society at large is willing to accept as the residual risk. So those are different concepts. They're related perhaps, but we want to make sure that the definitions are correct.
No, I understand that. You would, if you didn't have a risk tolerance, as I understand it, and perhaps we're not understanding it in the same language, but if you didn't have a risk tolerance standard, then you wouldn't need a nonlinear utility. I'm sorry, nonlinear scaling function. So they are related. That's the only point I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, I agreed very much, Vincent, with your distinction and the way you expressed it. And Steve,
Actually, it was Steve who.
I'm sorry. The distinction. I mean, there is a little bit of confusion around risk tolerance since the investment and insurance community uses it in a slightly different way than some of the people in the decision analysis community. So the decision analysis community have in the past at least used risk tolerance as a parameter that's used in the kind of utility function or risk attitude function. But the more widespread usage is as exactly as you've explained, Stephen. But either way, I think we will need a discussion and some decisions eventually about, what's the best way to express that risk attitude, whether it's with a risk tolerance, some kind of utility function, risk attitude function. I wanted to comment on the question of injuries and valuation of injuries. I mean, simply to say that there is a pretty substantial literature on that topic. And, how do you weight injuries versus deaths when you're doing cost-benefit analysis? And I'm certainly not an expert on that topic. I'm sort of a consumer rather than a producer of those numbers on occasion. But we could certainly look at that literature and see if it's helpful, useful here. I mean, I note that I think in the past, most of multi-attribute value functions have rated injuries to be about 20 or 25% of the value of a fatality. And, that's not inconsistent with the literature. Obviously, it depends on exactly what kinds of injuries we're talking about. And the literature will kind of goes into details about different types of injuries and incapacities. But I'm not sure it's useful for us to, I would say if there's interest in this, someone should take a look at the literature and see how it might appropriately be applied here. I'm certainly not in a position to make any suggestions about that right now.
To date, we've generally accepted just an idea that an injury is worth 1/4 of a fatality, but that's before we started looking at assigning like a specific dollar value to the
Mhm.
thing. So it sounds like that is kind of opening up the idea that perhaps a closer look at the relationship between injuries and fatalities might be needed.
Yeah, I mean, it will end up requiring kind of perhaps more greater clarity about what types of injuries we're talking about. And I mean, I know that has been looked at, but if you want to link it up with this literature.
Well, I think there's been a lot of general input on this broader question of how monetization of safety could impact the overall valuation of risk, quantification of risk. If there's no more thoughts about that at this point, we could move on to our next question.
I had one quick comment about that.
Yes, Anna.
Sorry for the hand raise. But what about the VSL? Like if we're to add a dollar figure to that, we need to determine like how this dollar figure would change the prioritization of specific risk mitigation program that would be proposed in RAMS and ultimately in GRC. I know in the level 4 recommendation, we talked about having sensitivity analysis. So perhaps the utilities could provide sensitivity analysis. For example, like for an undergrounding program, they can show how this dollar value of VSL can affect the number of miles that's proposed or the location of the program that's proposed and maybe the scheduling of a multi-year undergrounding program. Maybe if anyone have any comments or thoughts about that.
Vincent.
Sorry, I didn't have a comment on that. I was going to comment on something else.
I think, yeah, there was an earlier discussion about how I think Max introduced the idea that if a range of value of reduction was established, that and like presuming that utilities continue to do an MAVF approach and then check their results for reasonableness against, say, a range of required values. The sensitivity analysis could show where in the range, what choices of values within the range would do. Would they change the ranking of priority, for example, of one mitigation over another? That could be a helpful process to go through. I believe, correct me if I misunderstood that suggestion.
No, that's pretty much what I'm asking about. Like if we were to create a standard for these values, how would it ultimately change the output of modelings and for decisions of mitigations, risk analysis?
Thank you. We also still have Vincent with his hand up. And Chris Parks has his hand up. I guess we'll go Vincent first. Vincent, we don't hear you. You're still muted.
My bad. I'm sorry. Just wanted to bring up that, for example, we know that in the DOT documents, they have different levels of injuries and how to assign relative value to these injuries relative to fatalities, right? Like I think whatever Kathy had an example, the serious injury is 0.3 or something, whatever that number might be. We also I mean, one practical concern we have is, when we do that, whether we will have, the data to support the consequences at that level, right? And so that's something I think that right now we don't have the data, as far as our consequence historical data set is concerned. So that's something we need to consider as well. It'd be nice to have all this granularity, but if we don't have the underlying support for it.
Very good point. Thanks, Vincent.
Let's go to Chris and then Eric.
Hi, yeah, Chris Parks also with Cal Advocates. So I just kind of wanted to support what Anna was just suggesting. And I believe what, just to kind of reiterate what she was discussing was I think what would be of great value would be if utilities provided, I don't know if you call it like a use case, examples to actually show how this works out in practice. And so, for example, in discussing, VSL or some other attribute in the multi-attribute value function, I think what would be very helpful would be to understand how that actually translates into the specifics of the mitigation program, like Anna was just describing. So if, for example, she was talking about undergrounding, how many miles are going to be undergrounded? Where are they? Taking it the next step, certainly, the VSL and other attributes will affect, RSC and other things, but then to actually show how this translates into the actual mitigation program. Like, is the utility going to do 200 miles in year one, 500 miles in year two of undergrounding, 1,200 miles in year three? And if that's based upon some input like VSL or other factor, how do those numbers change if you change the value of VSL? And also, how do you come up with those numbers to begin with? Why is the scope of changes in year two 200 miles and not 1,200 miles? Or why is it like not on some other schedule or other pace? And if these inputs are all being used to kind of drive those programs or those mitigations, I think it would be very helpful for parties to really understand how those outputs or outcomes or results are affected by these inputs. So, kind of back to the sensitivity analysis, if the sensitivity analysis is driving certain RSCs or the ranking of risks, and then being able to evaluate different mitigation programs, then it would be very helpful to show a real use case example of this, like undergrounding of distribution. So to the extent that utilities can provide that, maybe even at a future technical working group meeting, real world example of how this all translates into output, I think that would go a long way in terms of taking the abstract and making it concrete. So that would be our request that Anna was getting into.
Thanks, Chris.
Let's move to Eric.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Really appreciate the discussion so far today. I was wondering if it's now appropriate, and I didn't get to look at the agenda clearly enough to see whether we're going to be talking about outage costs and what I would say is more the cost side of the whole risk setting. So am I out of time yet? Out of time in bringing up outage costs right now? Should I wait?
I think we're moving to that in the next set of questions, actually.
Great. Okay.
Well, I would, if no one has any other comments regarding this specific topic, I would say we should break, since we have this
Okay.
one scheduled for 12 o'clock.
Great.
And then when we come back, we'll discuss the reliability consequences.
Thank you.
Before we break, though, I just want to get a sense of everyone's availability for the next proposed TWG. Sorry, we're trying to plan ahead and set up a number of TWGs in advance, and we're looking at June 2nd as the next date. Is anyone absolutely not available?
June 2nd, I'm not available. I'm in the other
June
coast
2nd?
presenting.
Is there anyone else who might have a conflict that day? All right, if you need time to check your calendars, I would ask that you just send me an email within the next 30 minutes or so and let me know if that date's not realistic. But yeah, I think at this point, let's stop. We'll go to lunch and then start promptly at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's 1 p.m. I hope you all had a great lunch. Let's get started with the next session. I will actually take roll call real quick again, just to make sure everybody's here. If I can hear from Sempra, if they're on the call.
Yep, Jordan's here.
Okay. PG&E,
Jeannie is on the
Present,
line.
present.
SoCal Edison.
SoCal Edison is present. Thank you.
Turn.
Yeah, I'm here. It's Katie.
Hi, Katie. I'm gonna say S for MGRA, but I assume Joe's not here. PCF, Cal PA,
Yes, this is Anna.
UCAN.
Yes, Eric.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started, and I'll turn it over to Fred. Oh, is Fred here?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Let's see. Okay, so we're on our next slide, and we're moving to considerations in the idea of reliability, quantification, monetization, and I imagine this will be a pretty intense question. But our first one has to do with what would a minimum set of inputs be to monetize reliability? What are the minimal things that would make up? So far, I think all we're considering in RAMP is just total of customer minutes interrupted as one number. Is there more than one number that should be considered? So that's my first question. I guess I should say we're completely focusing on electrical reliability right now. I hadn't really brought up anything to do with gas reliability, but that will also have to be considered if we're talking about monetization. So let's talk about electric reliability.
Hi, this is Eric Wojcik with UCAN. I would say that customer minutes of interruption are, of course, the standard, and they use for Katie Safety, et cetera. But in terms of outage costs, it's usually dollars per kilowatt loss or dollars per kilowatt. And then you attach that to the capacity values. When you just have customer minutes of operation, it's hard to attach that to the capacity values. So that's a dimension, just a single dimensional point. Thanks. That's what your question was.
Okay, that's some good input.
Let's see.
I think we did have, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a few metrics of reliability or outage, in addition to customer minutes interrupted. I think that tends to be the focus because it's easy to aggregate. But, as I mentioned earlier, it kind of conflates, short outages for a lot of people with long outages for fewer people. I haven't actually found literature that does explicitly address that distinction. Some of you might be familiar with the ICE calculator put up at Lawrence Berkeley lab. I know that they've made presentations to CPUC recently. And they actually have an online calculator for estimating the both interruption costs and reliability benefits of improving reliability, which are a little bit different. And I think we need to look at them to see what set of inputs they use, but I know that they are working with some utilities, perhaps including some present, to kind of improve that model. But my sense is that it's not a trivial question to select the best metrics. But I, wouldn't put myself forward as an expert on this topic.
I see Eric. Let's see, we got some hand raises. Arnold, you want to choose who's first?
Yeah, I think I saw Brian and then Eric.
Hey guys, so this is Brian from SoCal Edison. So that's an interesting point. One thing that we're going to have to consider is how these metrics are used and maybe used differently across different risks. So for instance, traditionally value of lost load or value of service is just a measure of, GDP divided by the KWH in a certain area. But if we're talking about long duration outages, short duration outages, just as you pointed out, or is it the value of, interruption itself? Those could be significant distinctions. So applying one value for every use case may not be appropriate. There's a lot of context that gets lost when we pick a single number, for instance, across these different use cases. So that's just something to consider. It's similar to the notion of, fatalities versus serious injuries. There's a lot of gradients across serious injuries, as you guys pointed out. I don't want to revisit that topic again, but there's even more gradients around value of lost load or value of reliability. So it's important that you contextualize, any value that's chosen here.
So
Go ahead, Eric.
this is Eric Wojcik. Thanks, Brian. I completely agree with your points. I was going to say that there's a much broader typology. Now that we've sort of expanded it, I was trying to let somebody else just get it started. So, for example, EPA has basically it's a set of sheets to prepare yourself for outage. So, and the actions are to prepare and then to respond, and what are the consequences. So level of preparation that's already been done is one way to start it. Then you go to basically the actual events, the notice of event. If you have notice, that makes a big difference. Brian, you're familiar with all this, I know. And then how the event occurs, where the entity is at the time and or the place, what their actual impacts are. The duration is really important. And Max's point earlier that it's nonlinear, that's very clear. So, but for PSPS, for example, doing outage cost analysis is nascent. There isn't an approach for it, and I think that's interesting. It's also kind of a problem because it would be nice to be able to use that because it's so multi-dimensional, it's so locational. And I've heard a number of you risk experts say that we should just, get a number from an agency and use it universally. That seems so bizarre to me because I've worked with outage costs for 30 plus years around people like Michael Sullivan and a whole set of other people at Edison, for example. It's going to be just, I think, inappropriate. I mean, I live in Lake County. What's the outage cost of my house? I have resiliency. No, I don't have any real outage costs. And anybody else that has to depend on making sure that their internet stays up is going to have a very, very different outage cost. And the impacts just sort of go in every possible direction. So range was what something was, also I think, Max, a number of people were talking about earlier today. Ranges seem important. Maybe we can get to it by using range, some ranges, but I think it's nuanced, and we have to think about customer segments. If you look at the ICE analysis and all the work that LBL and Michael Sullivan and company have done, you'll see there's a lot of nuance in this. So let me stop there. Thanks.
Okay, number of hands up. Who's next, Arnold?
So Kathy and then Vincent.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Yap. I am here on behalf of CLICA, that's the California Large Energy Consumers Association, a group of very large industrial customers. And these customers are also interruptible customers, so they are able to handle interruptions. However, the interruptions need to be noticed. And that leads to the first point. When you talk about a PSPS event, notification becomes really critical, because if the lack of notification, you create a safety problem. So you open up that entire safety dimension. If you actually interrupt the power for an industrial customer, depending on what's going on with that customer at that moment, you can create very large safety problems, environmental consequences, etc. The other dimension that, but properly noticed, the customers can take their processes down safely, not a problem. Not that they like to do it, but not a problem. Now, the other dimension that I wanted to raise, when you're dealing with industrial customers, they're downstream issues, because those customers have customers. And so the consequences of their interruptions, and particularly if the interruptions are for a lengthy period of time, and I believe Max characterized the nonlinear characteristics. I think from our perspective, it may be kind of almost exponential. The longer the duration, the greater the consequences, and then they begin to swing up dramatically. With some of our members, you could find serious consequences with those entities that are dependent, transportation entities that might be dependent on their product being shipped to them. Something like that, sort of hypothetically, you can create, if you have a lengthy outage, excuse me, it can create some serious downstream consequences for those who take the product from our folks in California. So anyway, I just want to flag that as a whole. I don't really have an easy answer for you, but I think it's a dimension to it that you need to think about when you think about business / particularly industry. So, because there may be different abilities to store product, and in the case where there isn't, then interruption of these guys creates downstream interruptions of other entities and other folks that may have serious consequences. So anyway, thank you. I'll finish here.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Vincent and then Chris. You're on mute, Vincent.
Sorry, I just wanted to hear a little bit, perhaps from Dr. Wojcik about, we've suggested, in our comments, we suggested funding the update of the ICE tool to version 2.0. That I think is being contemplated in the microgrid proceeding. I wish Joe Ito was online. I think he was online earlier, but he would have been able to speak to that more. But under that proceeding, I think there was a proposal put out to update the ICE tool to version 2.0, and also to start studying these longer duration, greater than 24-hour outages as well. So I'm just curious if Dr. Wojcik has any other thoughts besides what we're suggesting. Love to hear your thoughts on that. As far as you mentioned that there are very many different kinds of customers. I think that's definitely true. In our comments, we mentioned that customer classes and a level of granularity beyond just CMI minutes on average is needed. We definitely need that. I think whether we're going to be able to go down to the individual house, to the individual customer, I kind of think the situation's somewhat similar to when we talk about the VMR, right? At some level, it's not about an individual customer. That's just in this risk framework anyway, it's not at that level. So just some thoughts there.
Well, thank you, Vincent. And I also want to say I certainly support Kathy App's comments, and I think they're very good and most relevant, especially to large and industrial customers. So I guess to try to summarize my thoughts about it, I think we could use ranges for customer groups. I mean, multifamily, single family, small and commercial, large commercial, industrial. And I do think it's very important to get that metric formed up in a way that we can use it dimensionally, and it's not overly complex. We have to, create too much work for ourselves in trying to push this through an MAVF and or a risk-based, approach. So I got to say, I haven't looked in detail at your comments yet for PG&E, so I will do that right away. So I don't think I have a lot more to add, except that it seems important to probably get, a sort of a San Diego, Edison, and PG&E separate versions for separate customer groups in ranges, and that I think that would be a pretty good starting point. I mean, the problem is they are averages, and in this sense, for outage cost and or, in essence, trying to get metrics around investment for utilities to mitigate or control and assist to reduce outage costs. I think we starting there would be good. I don't know how much more dimensionality we would need, but I think we got to start the analysis to understand it better. I hope that's useful.
Chris, please go ahead, and then Max.
Sure. Yeah, so I know that the question that was on topic was reliability consequences. And I know that this block of time is for safety reliability. So I don't know if there's going to be, if it's intended to have separate discussions about it. But, with outages, I think there's both safety and reliability consequences that need to be captured. And trying to standardize it on a specific value for CMI, I don't think these type of outages, especially when it comes to safety impacts, lend themselves towards trying to come up with a specific number for customer minutes interrupted or CMI. I think that there's a lot of different impacts from interruptions, and it depends upon a range of factors, like a longer outage that can even last days for PSPS events. I mean, there's a lot of additional safety impacts that are on customers because of the extended length. And I think some of the folks touched upon this kind of stuff earlier in their comments. There's also the notification, and I know that, for example, PG&E's now proposed a significant risk reduction using its EPSS program, the Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings program, even using that more than PSPS. And that program, there is really no notification. And so, and when you don't have notification, that creates additional risks and impacts. There's a range of customers that are impacted, and some of them have, are more susceptible to greater risk depending upon their situation, whether they have access to evacuate if it's an EPSS program or a PSPS program, and they need to evacuate because of wildfire risk or what have you. They may need power just to get their garage door open, or they may need to have a vehicle that they can use to evacuate. There's probably a range of impacts, and I've heard about the Lawrence Berkeley Labs study. I think that was focused mainly on financial impacts, and didn't necessarily get into the details of the safety, health condition risks that different customers may be susceptible to. So I believe that I think that this type of outage risk doesn't lend itself to easily categorize as a customer minute interrupted number. And that actually it would make sense that utilities really dive into all of the different risks that a customer may have, and they may actually have a lot more understanding of those risks, just because if there is an outage, a customer may actually receive a claim from a customer that talks about whether it's a financial impact or a medical or health impact that they were subject to, and they may submit a claim to a utility that the utility may then be able to look over this data to understand, well, what are the real impacts of these outages, whether they're long, whether they're short, whether they're affecting emergency services, whether they're affecting communications. And that way, if they have a real good understanding of those impacts, then the utility can then be in the best position to target the most efficient, the most effective, and prioritize those towards those who experience the greatest risk. That way, I think investment to mitigate those risks can be optimized at the lowest, for the greatest cost. I say lowest cost, greatest benefit for ratepayers. So anyway, I just want to add that those comments on that subject.
This is Eric Wojcik, just to quickly jump in. Thank you, Chris. Completely agree. Those points are not discussed, I think, at all in any of the historic Sullivan work or any of the later work that's under the LBL banner. Seems very important. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
So this is
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian. We can go to Max afterwards.
Oh, okay. So thanks, Arnold. So I think I agree with all the points that are being made. I think aside from the spatial and temporal sort of granularity issues and complexities, you know, if the outage happens in the afternoon, if the outage happens in the morning, if the outage happens when commercial operations not even, you know, producing anything, is it really valuable? One thing that we have to be cautious about is also double counting the benefits, right? So we can't just count the safety benefits and also count the reliability benefits again, counting those downstream customers being on or off. You know, it could have ramifications there. So I don't want to belabor the point too much more, but it's a lot more complex and contextual than I think people have appreciated in the past.
Max, I think you're on mute.
Apologies. Thanks. So, well, a lot of people have pointed out, you know, very articulately why this is a complicated issue. There's lots of different types of customers with different costs, different resilience, and so on. And so the question is how complex or how simple a scheme is acceptable. And I mean, I'd point out kind of the obvious, which is in the current schemes that are used is basically, I think PG&E and Edison have been using customer minutes interrupted. SDG&E has been using SAIDI or SAIFI and putting a single weight on that. So one can improve on that without making something enormously complicated. The question is, you know, what level of complexity is appropriate for the problem? That's one question. I think that it's interesting to look at what the Berkeley folks are doing with ICE. ICE is specifically for outages less than 24 hours. They're also proposing a new tool called POET, which is for longer outages, which are even more complex to evaluate the costs of. I guess this kind of raises the question as to whether it makes sense for each utility to develop their own independent valuation models, or rather perhaps to pool resources to kind of develop a model in conjunction. Now, obviously, different utilities have different customers, but perhaps one can say rather, there everywhere there are some customers that are extremely sensitive, some customers that are more resilient, less sensitive, and it's a matter of each of the utilities figuring out how many customers they have of each type in each segment, however one chooses to segment them. And if one does it that way, then perhaps there can be a common model once you figure out how many customers are in each segment, how to value the outages for each of those segments. Anyway, just looking at ways to make this a little simpler, because I could see it becoming inordinately complex otherwise.
Thanks, Max. Let's go to Kathy and then Vincent.
Thank you. I guess just to follow up what Max was talking about and to respond to some earlier comments, wouldn't it be a map-driven kind of exercise, because you guys are dealing with circuits and, distribution and transmission circuits across space. And you deal with different geography in different locations, right? If population centers are not evenly spread across the area that is, that the transmission or distribution lines run through. And it seems like you could pick up the larger customers as you go in a sort of geographic way, so that you could get some of the specificity of the good thing, I guess, with respect to large customers is there are a lot fewer of them. It's not, you're not dealing with millions, you're dealing with, maybe 1,000 across the entire utility. So not a lot of them are in more rural areas, but anyway, but the point being that, you could reflect the specifics as part of, if you're doing a sort of geographically driven analysis where it's not just, millions of, a million residential customers sort of spread like peanut butter, it's more in pockets or whatever, and then you can pick up the larger customers as they may be located in the various areas that are affected. But also, I just wanted to caution, I know someone remarked about the time of day. Many of these industrial customers run 24-hour processes, sometimes 5 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. So just as a point of information. Thanks.
Go ahead, Vincent, and then Eric and Max.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out something that Max had mentioned earlier about funding internal studies to look at that. We certainly, want to make sure, when I think of one of the things that we want to make sure is that whatever values we come up with are consistent as well, right? So, for example, I mentioned the microgrid proceeding and the kind of consideration of the ICE tool, the POET tool. I think we need to make sure that if we're not consistent, we go another route. We understand the reasons why, but we also need to kind of weigh in balance, the pros and cons of being consistent with those other proceedings as well. So just wanted to bring that up, that should be a consideration to be consistent across the different users for the reliability.
So, yeah, Eric here, thank you. I just wanted to bring up, Kathy App helped me think about large customers versus others. And I guess I would suggest that there's a major difference a lot of times in some large customers. You figure, banks in Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, they all have automated, almost instantaneous backup. So we ran into that with some of the outages with CalISO, and we found that there was a huge number of megawatts of that. And so yet some other customers have no backup or no way to mitigate it. I mean, I'm happy I have the new California Title 21 smart inverter and battery and solar and a big battery. So I'm not the right customer to figure out outage costs for. And likewise, who's already got what level of preparation backup is a big question. And so we have a series of, in essence, equity issues in part. Who's responsible for providing their backup from an electric reliability and a planning standpoint going forward? I would say that where there's critical care facilities, hospitals, they have backup. So you got to take them out of the equation or give them a different weight. Sorry, it's getting more complicated.
I had my hand up, so I'm going to butt in. Just wanted to piggyback. I think an advantage of something like the ICE calculator, as I understand it, they base their work on a series of surveys where they're trying to, randomly sample over the territory. And I would think that ideally that would capture things like some people are completely resilient and there is no impact, other people are not, and that if their study captures that adequately, then you wouldn't worry about that too much. You'd have a resulting aggregate kind of impact across a community that would, it's very similar, I guess, in concept to our value of mortality reduction. You're looking at kind of a statistical value across the sampled population. So that might be a solution that might help solve part of this problem.
Does anyone else want to comment on this particular question?
Well, I'll jump in. I'll say as a practical matter, we don't believe the current ICE model that we know that LBNL is actually working on a second generation, which may take a few more years before it's actually available for use. So that if we want to do something right away, that's not going to be part of the solution, I don't think. That might have to be something that's phased in a way of some kind. Okay, you're coming back to our slide. Let's see here. I think we have actually discussed all these bullet points. I'll take a look at the slide for a little longer. I believe we discussed, okay, Arnold, you want to shooting forward?
Sorry about that. Do you want me to?
Okay, so it is, I believe that we did all those points. Should each utility determine values for how should inputs be modified for customer impact with link of outage? What additional company specific inputs? How would these have standardized? Okay, so these are kind of like the final questions in this series about reliability. I think we've touched on a lot of these, but I will pedantically go through each one in case people want to speak up about the point. Should each utility determine their own values for service interruption times? Kathy, yeah.
It seems to me, well, analytically, it seems like it would be appropriate to come up with a statistically driven characterization of residential customers and small and medium-sized commercial. I mean, there's more homogeneity and there's a lot more of them. There's thousands of small commercial customers. And, just thinking through from the statistical analysis side, you'd want to do that statistically. And then it seems to me with the largest customers, you'd have to be more specific, but there are fewer of them. And then thinking geographically, you'd build up the different areas. And this would be it could be across utilities in the sense of you could pool the statistical analysis of characterizing residential customers, perhaps. I mean, to the extent that it's not too locationally driven. But it seems to me you'd have to build it up geographically to get a realistic. I keep coming back to geography because you can get some real differences depending on where you are geographically in the mix of incomes when you're thinking about residential customers, the degree of businesses, and then you'd have the presence of the largest customers may or may not be relevant to that particular community. But again, since when you're dealing with PSPS, you're dealing with a geographically driven event anyway. So it just seems to me that it's the reality of the situation is you need to be able to meld your analysis to what's happening geographically. That's what I keep coming back to. So, for whatever it's worth.
Looks his hand up.
Are you calling on me, Chris? Sorry.
Please, Chris Vias. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, it was went out for a second. From SCE's perspective, each utility should have its own values that represent the value of service to their customer base. We think that each utility will have different mixes of customer groups, such as, of course, residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, and so on. And we'll have different demographics, such as age levels, density of population, et cetera. So this would result in different values of service. So we think that it's valuable to customers and valuable to the regulatory schemata as a whole for each to have its own as appropriate.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Is it possible to see that slide again that we were just looking at? So just to double check myself, are we covering these points individually or are we covering all of them now?
Well, I think we should cover each one individually, although it feels like a lot of them have been talked about in the group already, so that they've already kind of been mixed up. But Chris went ahead and spoke directly to the first bullet point, so we might as well try to stick to this bullet point idea.
Got it. Okay, so I'll just wait till you get to the other bullets. But what I heard Kathy mentioning was geography, and I think that makes a lot of sense and we've discussed at previous working group meetings, for example, like up near Santa Rosa in Rankin Valley, where there was, I think it was on the order of 20,000 customers who, if ever there were a PSPS event, they were part of it. Even though they're not even in a high fire threat district, I believe, but by targeting, I believe, what I heard from information provided at a wildfire safety advisory board what I thought I heard was that by hardening just 0.6 miles of line, perhaps by undergrounding it, then all of a sudden, I think that caused them to maybe not be subject to as many or perhaps hardly any PSPS events. So I just was going to kind of support what Kathy was just saying about, I think geography is important there. So, and I'll wait for the other bullets to talk about the other items.
Let's see, we have a hand up from William. Please go, William.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a little bit in terms of our recommendation for standardization. That we're by no means saying that each of the utilities should pretend like all of their geographic areas are the same, or like all of each utility is the same. We recognize that there's going to always be differences with all these areas of standardization. I think what we are saying is that we need to standardize on the approach that the utilities will use to doing their own internal calculations for a given geographic region, a given circuit, or for them as a whole. And that approach could be a specific value or sets of values, like we talked about for the value of mortality reduction. That's more likely to be a single value. It's probably going to point to something that's here's the value. But the standard approach could be a formula. It could be a lookup table. It could be an application program interface to an external call out, something like the LBL's calculator. So whatever the standard is, that everybody applies that. But then each utility would then put in their own specifics at the level of circuits or at the level of geography or at the level of them as a whole, and come up with the values that are appropriate to them. But that way the methodology itself and the underpinnings of that methodology are consistent across all the IOUs. Thank you.
Yeah, Arnold, in this view, I only see the strip of a few people on top of my screen, so I'm not sure if we've got other hands raised. I can scroll across. I don't see any more hands. I think this bullet's probably been addressed by us, by the crew here. Next bullet, how should the output be modified for varying customer impact with link of the outage? We've already heard from people say that this is definitely an effect. If people have ideas about specifically what kind of modification, how that could be modeled, I guess is what we're looking, if there are any ideas about what that model would look like. And Chris now has a hand. Okay, Chris.
Okay, so it's more of a input type of a comment, but and I believe we've mentioned this before, but this topic talks about varying customer impact with length of the outage. And I think what is important for utilities to have and to use is not just, like, for example, the average outage time for a set of customers, but to look at the extreme ends of those. So customers who might experience, if you were to, do a distribution, they would experience the highest, let's say 90th percentile of, in terms of outage time, how many customers and what customers experience those extremes, because it would naturally be expected that those customers would experience some of the greatest impacts and therefore also be subject to the greater risks. And I think that this is important. So for example, if a utility is looking at mitigation programs in its RAMP or its GRC, if you were looking just at the average time, you might say, oh, well, here's 100,000 customers. If I do some kind of mitigation, I'm going to reduce those 100,000 customers by, 20 minutes of outage time. Whereas you may have customers who are in the extreme, but maybe a smaller set. And even though you could mitigate those customers and bring them down from, say, 4 days of outage down to 2 days of outage, perhaps, those are just kind of arbitrary numbers. Those might not move the average PSPS duration time by anything significant or measurable. So if a utility were to focus its mitigation programs on an average PSPS event time, it might pick a totally different set of mitigations than if it were going after customers who had the greatest impacts and the extreme impacts. And so I think that the inputs to this analysis need to capture the 90th percentile of the customers, and maybe it's the 80th percentile, but the customers who have the greatest impact, the greatest duration times. And this is also geographic, because looking at some data that we've gathered, we've seen like pockets of customers in specific counties who have much greater outage times during a PSPS event compared to customers that might be, you know, in an urban area. So it's important that priority for mitigation address those who have the greatest impact. So the input should at least include these extremes, so that stuff is being used in the modeling of the PSPS risks, and therefore in developing those risk mitigation and prioritizing those risk mitigation programs.
Any other thoughts? Any response to Chris's idea, support? Eric has a hand up. Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry. I get a little confused at the end of what you were talking about, because it almost sounds like we're trying to figure out what locations have the most PSPS potential for long duration PSPS. And then is that a way to focus what we do? And then we don't have to do as much work in other places? Because, yeah. Any thoughts on did I read something? I mean, I don't think that's where you're going, but that's what I picked up.
Are you asking me, Eric?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So maybe I'll just go ahead and respond. So yeah, I think that the inputs do need to be location. Oh, sorry about that. Do need to be locational, and because we probably have submitted comments before, which actually show some sample, you know, areas of the state where the outage durations were longer. If you were to look at spot pockets of customers there. And then I was just discussing earlier about Rincon Valley. You know, that's a very unique, I don't know how unique, but a location that experienced more greater frequency. I'm sorry, maybe, I don't know if this is what you were asking me or not, Eric.
Well, it sounds like there's both longer duration impacts, which then cause higher value impacts. And so that sort of combination of things, it's not just about the valuation, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that the data inputs should include the longer capture, you know, a data analysis that doesn't just look at averages for PSPS event durations, but looks at the 90th percentile. And same thing with frequency, not just the frequency of PSPS events, but the 90th percentile of those that experience the greatest number. And this would apply to not just PSPS, I've been mentioning PSPS, but if there's other programs like EPSS or other general outage programs, then mitigating those programs should target those who have the greater impacts.
Brian has his hand up.
Hey, thanks, guys. So I think I agree with the points that are being made, and I'm going to respond to the last bullet on this slide. So it appears that we're not able to agree that a standard monetization model is going to be appropriate for risk quantification. Is that correct? Because it's going to have too many downstream impacts. Is that what we're saying here? I think collectively.
Yeah, I wonder if I could make a suggestion here. So, so clearly, people in different utility areas that will have different distributions of cost of outages. But one could imagine a model that says, people in the mountains without a generator and a home without special medical issues have one value. If they have medical issues, they have another value. If they have a generator, they have a different value. And then those set of values for each segment could be applied by each utility, weighted by the number of customers in the area that they care about that have those characteristics. So in other words, you could have a general model of the kind that the Lawrence Berkeley Lab people are trying to create. But because you put in the specific characteristics for the catchment area that you're interested in, it will be, specialized, adapted to the needs of that particular utility. And in fact, the particular area, let's say where a PSPS event is going to happen. So in other words, or you could have each utility develop their own model, based on these things. But I guess it's a question of, what's going to be most effective and efficient and comfortable.
Right. So to that point, and I agree with that, a model can be created for just about anything. One, I don't know if we as utilities have a lot of this data to create a model of that granularity and fidelity, especially for projecting it out for many, many years. And if we are going to rely on, let's say, the LMBL calculator, the ICE calculator, would we be proposing sort of ideas for them to scope their own study? Because I think that's where we're kind of dancing around here, because the ICE calculator today is just not at this level of fidelity.
Sure. And, they are currently in process of refining that and looking for partners to help them do it. And they also want to extend it to develop something called POET, which is for the longer term outages. But I'd also get back to, currently there's just a single value per minute of outage that's being used by utilities. So, one can improve on that with, small iteration, or one can also look in the longer term to a much more substantial and more detailed model. So, it's a matter of going to the appropriate level of detail, but not expecting, it's not, you're not going, there's no such thing as a perfect model. It's just a better model.
Kathy, and then Chris, and then Eric.
Yes, thank you. The thought that comes to my mind is, first of all, I wanted to echo, I think, William's statement that a consistent methodology, I think, is a reasonable goal, where the inputs are going to be different because the different utilities have the specifics are different for the different utilities, but the consistency of the methodology, I think, is important. So I would vote for not just launching off in 3 separate directions, but rather doing it jointly, but recognizing that the inputs will be different because the utilities themselves have different customer characteristics. And secondly, just to point out that you may be able to deal with some of these parameters like step functions. For example, the difference for a residential customer between 20-minute outage and a 2-day outage or 3-day, 2 to 3 day when the food in their freezer spoils. So you've got step functions that people can manage for a certain period of time, and then you jump to another level. And there's financial consequences to losing a freezer full of food. You can get your hands around that without getting to the point where, and that's just sort of your typical customer. That's not somebody with health issues or whatever, but just sort of your average customer. But you could improve on the average number of minutes of outage greatly without doing an enormous leap. But I do think that eventually the utilities need to be doing the kind of survey to get the survey information, to get the characteristics associated with the customer populations, so they have a better idea of, I'm assuming you're going in that direction, but you have more information about medical needs and aged population and how many people have backup generators, et cetera, so that you have more specific information. But in the meantime, you can certainly you can improve on where you're at greatly, I think, I agree with Chris, looking at the extremes. The events where you go past a certain break point, you're going to hit, you really are dealing with a step function. You're going to go to a different level, a much greater level of economic loss and customer angst. Thanks.
I think it was Eric, and then Chris. I might have gone the order wrong, but
Okay.
let's go with Eric
Well,
and Chris, and then Fred.
Thank you. Yeah, Eric here. Thank you, Kathy. You said everything I was thinking as well. That pardon me to just restate very simply. I think that we can get to some average levels, Brian, and that we should definitely get a consistency in a methodology. Moreover, the utilities should be doing this survey work beyond LBL's data and inputs. And you used to do that. I was part of that at the commission, helping those studies be created. And that the geography is really important. Yeah, so Kathy, you did a great job in explaining certainly my thoughts. Thank you, and with more nuance.
So I guess you were suggesting I go next, Arnold. So if we're discussing sort of like these last two bullets, I would agree with what the other folks have just been suggesting. So if we're talking about, I don't know that what comes out of this, I think all this is going to lead to a staff proposal and maybe process going forward. And so it may be that it doesn't have to be a prescriptive model, but there could be aspects of it that could be maybe set as standards or expected. Like if there could be at some point a decision that, the LBL tool or the LBL2 tool that might be in the works should be used as an analysis, but it doesn't have to be a prescriptive end all for what is going to be used in a model for a risk quantification. Having guidelines or expectations listed for inputs might make sense, and I would suggest that it should be adopted and explicitly stated so that company specific or inputs from each of the utilities should include, for example, capturing the extremes, whether it's frequency or duration, geographical location, including averages as well. And that way all of this data can be gathered and considered as a utility decides how it's going to use its own maybe tailorized model to take this data in and then develop its mitigation programs. But having a set of a common set of minimum inputs, such as those extreme data, another specific data input that makes sense, that shouldn't be ignored, would be outage claims information that each utility may have. That will give a lot of insight into how customers are being impacted if they submit claims, whether or not they're resolved or not. Just having that claim information will provide insight into how customers are being directly impacted. So having that as a input, as part of a common suite of inputs, would be valuable in being able to prioritize and develop those risk mitigation programs. So I guess ultimately, maybe there doesn't have to be a prescriptive one-fits-all model, but having a list of inputs and a list of other models that should be evaluated or used, such as LBL or otherwise, could come out of, I believe, could come out of this risk OIR process that would benefit everyone.
Thank you, Chris. Let's move to Fred and then Brian.
Thank you. It's been so long. I think I'll take my hand down. I can't quite remember what I was going to comment on right now.
Hey guys, thanks. So I'm going to sort of rephrase my earlier comment. I think we can model anything. I'm all a fan of modeling, lots of stuff, trust me. But it seems like we're sort of predetermining that we're going to use a calculator that like LBNL 2.0 that doesn't exist yet. So is the intent here to scope out sort of a scope of work for LBNL to help inform this value, or is something else envisioned? So I just want to bring it back to that statement.
So I'll jump in. Like until today, we hadn't specifically considered that our proceeding could provide input to LBNL to improve their next generation, although that's a possibility. I'm always like searching for what would be a practical next step in light of the many possible complications that this could run into. And and Max has reminded us, well, right now we're just starting from a single natural unit total customer minutes interrupted, and my dream would be that we could at least go to one step further in granularity and in breaking down those customer minutes in some fashion that better represents what we've been talking about. Perhaps the next level would just simply divide customer minutes into the customer categories that those are expected to impact, and then developing a multiplier or some kind of a fairly simple function that says, well, if these minutes are put into one of those buckets, what's the impact on that bucket? Can we quantify that in some way? I'm just thinking along the lines of what might be a practical next step, because I think if we would expect that something like the ICE Calculator 2.0 would go a long way to providing a more helpful standard to follow or starting point, but we're not there yet, and we're trying to look at something that we can do in the next couple of years here. So I was hoping that in our questions today we could kind of fish for people's ideas of what would those practical inputs look like, and if you don't flesh them out in our conversation, they could also take the form of something you want to submit as a comment afterwards. So I'm just exploring those possibilities.
Yeah, thanks, Fred, because I think, and I see Eric has his hands up, because there's a difference between what we could do in the future and then what's practical now. So thanks for bringing up that point.
Well, thanks. And to your point, Brian, I think being around the LBL stuff for so long, I would say it's got its own momentum and its own history and initiatives, and trying to get LBL and DOE, which funds LBL, to do what you want to do is, I don't know how many of you have been involved in that, but I've been involved in a lot of that. It's not always easy to manage. I'm certainly more of a fan of the utilities taking the initiative to try to do a set of surveys, and maybe can do this. But we already have the template of ICE 2.0. Basically, everybody knows how all the work has been done already, and it's well known. So I don't know why we should try to go slow, use LBL, and if the utilities will take some initiative and get us started on what seems to be the basics. And I think there's a couple other key things that have been discussed, such as the high risk customers in health condition, et cetera, safety. And that survey to me is something that is not, we did a lot of those surveys a long time ago. They're not hard to conduct. So hope that's clear. Thanks.
So I think I hear you saying rather than wait for ICE 2.0 to be fully developed, that our own utilities could be conducting ICE type surveys themselves, working together and with us to basically create something that's usable in the fairly short term.
Okay, why don't we stop here, take a break, get a scheduled break from 2 to 2:15. We'll take that break until 2:20, and then if people want to continue to discuss this issue, we can, or if we feel like we've exhausted our discussion, we can move on to the next topic. So why don't we just take a break now until 2:20, and then we can.
Thanks, Arnold.
Okay, it is 2:20. I'd like to get started if everyone is back. I won't do the roll call this time around, but I will return to the questions at hand that Fred posed to the group and wonder if there's anything else anyone might want to add to the discussion or may have questions about. Feel free to continue with this discussion.
Arnold, I have a question I wanted to ask.
Go ahead, Fred.
Earlier on, we had talked about the value of having a number for value of mortality reduction to be a useful check on how the MAVF is applied. That was, I think, Charles's recommendation. It's like, well, if we have a agreed on number for that, then when utilities go through their MAVF as it's applied now, he suggests that could be used as a check on the reasonableness of their review. I was just wondering, has Tern thought about a similar reasonableness number that could be applied to the value of resiliency as calculated through the MAVF?
I do not believe that we have. I mean, I think, especially when it comes to with resiliency, we have
reliability.
When it comes to resiliency and reliability, we haven't come up with a number that can be used to check for reasonableness in terms of monetizing. Guys, I can't say this word. Monetizing that attribute in the MAVF.
Yeah, I think that speaks to the difficulty of this particular area. Thank you. Does the group feel like we've exhausted our comments about those questions? There's Eric. He's raised a hand. Go ahead, Eric. And I think you're muted, unfortunately.
Sorry. I think the value of reliability and/or the reliability related part of it is going to be changing significantly. And as there's more distributed energy resources, more smart inverters, more battery use, the utilities level of reliability is going to change, and on a cost, an optimized cost basis, which is another reason to use that set of metrics, it should change. So I'd be a little apprehensive, especially right now, as we're really changing customer end uses to do that. And you have everybody else looking at batteries and trying to think about resiliency too. So it just doesn't seem like the right time to me to be, it's a moving, I think it's going to be a pretty quickly moving target.
Thanks.
I'll just add that for myself, not speaking for the team necessarily, but I was hoping that there'd be specific recommendations today that would set some expectations from the IOUs in their risk reporting. So if there were specific customer segments or guidelines around specific customer segments that might need to be included in any discussion. I know, and I might be wrong about this, but in San Diego Gas and Electric's case, they have some sense of the number of, or the percentage of their high fire threat district population that is AFN, for example. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but or they might have, there might be some other way to stratify the customer bases that would result in very different risk results. With that. And I think my personal feeling was coming out of this meeting today, there might be suggestions for minimum, assuming it's possible from the IOU end to at least identify some of those classes. I know the ICE calculator only picks a single residential class. I don't know if there's ability for users to continue to carve up that segment on their own, but those are some ideas that I can meet with. But Max and William have their hands raised, so I let them chime in.
Yeah, thanks. Wanted to, make a comment on the term monetization. As Katie demonstrated, one disadvantage is that it's not that easy to pronounce. But also, it tends to mean, when you're talking about monetization of eyeballs or something, it's kind of converting something into something that you can sell. And I don't think, now, there is a sense in which reliability can be monetized, as in demand response markets. And, as those develop, we'll actually have a market mechanism for valuing certain kinds of reliability further. But I'm not sure we want to use that term, or there may be dangers in using that term for what we're kind of primarily focusing on here, which is sort of valuing reliability or, estimating the cost of outages. And I would tend to use the word, trade-off value or something of that, reliability trade-off value, perhaps, or some other term in preference to monetization, both for reliability and also as a generic term that might include VSL or VMR.
Thanks, Max. And then if it's okay, Arnold, if I went to, okay. So going kind of to addressing kind of what Eric's talking about, I think we all agree that this is a really complex area, no question there. Getting to the point that Max was talking about earlier, really a question for the group is going to end up being, not necessarily now, but at some point in time, what is good enough? Because we're clearly not going to get this exactly right. And there's a whole range of complexity versus how refined the models are. And so what we have to figure out is where on that range we can stop and have it be good enough for effective RSE use, and then probably just say that that's good enough. And I'm nowhere near smart enough in this area to say how much complexity is good enough or what the correct values are. That will have to come from others. I also agree with Eric that we want to be careful that we don't structure whatever we do in the way of standardization to lock us in and then to not stay current with as things change, as technologies change, as approach changes, as knowledge changes. So we want to make sure that whatever we agree to, that we include a mechanism in there that will allow that to adapt and change over time, and to allow that change to happen over time without a lot of onerous work and difficulty. So very valid point, very good. But with both of those things said, I don't think that we're better off if we have 3 different IOUs with 3 different, completely different approaches to it, solving it in different ways and with different numbers and different approaches and different backgrounds and to different levels of detail. I think what we've done then is we've introduced added complexity in terms of trying to compare and contrast and to optimize and so on. So I don't think that that makes the situation better. I think it makes it worse. So I think that we really do want to kind of at some point in time sort this through and then figure out as a group, what do we think is the best state of the art to use at the moment, and how do we make sure that that evolves over time?
Thank you, William. I don't see any other hands raised. Okay, So let's move on to the next topic. I think we've exhausted. Oh, Jordan Addison has his.
Hey Arnold, just real quick to your question earlier about identifying some of our segmented populations on AFN. Actually, just want to let you know we're still working on actually consolidating those data sources to identify our AFN customer counts. There are a minimum of 13 types of AFN customers, so we're not fully mature in that regard, and we are having some data issues. So I think that's really kind of underscored a point that we need to do a lot more analysis to kind of answer the how on some of these questions.
All right, thanks for the clarification, Jordan. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So this next segment, I'll turn it over to, I think, Ken Arnold, if he's on the line. I'm not sure if he is or not. Oh, yeah, it's on the line. Or one of the other representatives from the joint IOUs, if they want to talk us through the proposed phase 2 process that they put together, and one that we're at least at the moment following. I don't know if Chen is prepared for that or someone else.
Arnold, I am on the line. I'm not going to turn on my video. It seems to slow my computer down quite a bit. So I'll just kind of talk through this. I think you're asking, what did we have in comments and what did we see in Mr. Haynes' email last Friday? So what does the process look like? Is that kind of the question?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can walk through kind of what we proposed and what we thought about. In our comments, I think we attempted to develop a process and schedule within, a very compressed timeline, the one that I think Safety Policy Division is working with. And in that, let's see, that May 13th email, we saw a number of bullet points at the bottom, and then we saw a table of kind of the days for each proposed workshop. So I think the first bullet is Safety Policy Division knows the technical working group that's setting that up. I think you talked a little bit about the next one earlier, Arnold. The second bullet, prior to the workshops, IOUs will circulate a template. We kind of went through that process. This round is very compressed. It's kind of very, not a lot of time for people to fill it out, but it was really helpful for the Safety Policy Division to provide those prompts, I think, and it was really kind of fundamental to the conversation that we've had today. So the idea was that, we would have some sort of tracker where parties could respond to those prompts or provide prompts, positions or questions or things that they would like to discuss at that work group and circulate that. So one, everyone can see it and kind of prepare. I think that's healthy. And two, to the next bullet is so the Safety Policy Division can provide an agenda like today that is really going to drive kind of meaningful conversation. So that's where we are in the proposed process right now. Once we leave that, we talked about within approximately 7 days after the workshops, the IOUs or any other party as the commission wishes would issue a post-workshop report. And again, we're happy to provide that. I've been taking notes, and I know a couple others have as well, to objectively capture the discussion, party positions, what was said, attach materials, if there are any action items, capture that as well. Issue that report with track changes enabled, so people here on this call or within the service list could then redline changes or provide comments of where they want corrections. We can work through those. And all this does, at least in my mind, Arnold, is it builds kind of a progression, a history of what's being said here, so that as we drive towards the end of this very expedited working group process, Safety Policy Division can kind of lean on that information to develop their staff proposal. And there's been, I think, comprehensive discussion, or there has been discussion about these topics. And then to kind of close that out, I think what is in Mr. Haynes' email is you see a number of dates kind of on a 2-week interval. And then we thought about holidays as well and other kind of key case deadlines that called for what the Safety Policy Division was interested in capturing within this phase. That was a lot of words. So if there are any questions for me, that's great, or I can turn it back to you, Arnold.
Thanks, Ken. Does anyone have any comments or questions about that? Okay, and to that end, there's going to be, the expectation that our next workshop is on June 2nd. For now, I've been leaving the headings for those workshops a little bit generic, so that in case there are slight variations in the agenda or changes to the plan, we can adjust on the fly without boxing ourselves in. But I know, Eric, you can't be there for the June 2nd one. Seems like no one else had an issue, so we're going to.
No worries. Please go ahead. Yeah.
And we'll hopefully you'll be able to get caught up with the notes and the recording that come from that meeting. Okay, so if no one has anything else to discuss at this point, or any feedback they want to provide, yeah, I mean, there's a space now for the CPU, what we call the close, the CPUC close. It's really just a space holder for any other comments or questions about anything, quite frankly, if anyone has any other comments or feedback. Okay, I'll hang on the line for the next 10, 15 minutes if anyone does have anything they want to add. But I think given the silence, I think we can adjourn this meeting today, and then I'll send out notice for the next meeting, and then notes will follow based on today's discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
And have a nice weekend.
Arnold.
Cheers.
Arnold, thank you, and thank you to
Thank
the
you.
staff. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Arnold.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks very much.
Thanks for managing it for us, Arnold, for all the parties.
No problem.
So, Arnold, this is Eric Wojcik. Can I just offer a quick comment or thought?
Yeah, yes, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Pardon me to go back, but I think it's 1985 and all the utilities are doing their individual outage cost studies. Michael Sullivan's consultant to all of them, starting with PG&E. Wait, where's at PG&E? Those studies evolved until 1990, at least, when I was a commissioner advisor still, and really became great pieces of information. And they weren't difficult or onerous to do. So I'm just certainly want to share that experience that I think if we can get the utilities, and maybe they need some budget, I don't know how that works. They always need budget for something that isn't in the budget. But I just hope that they can go ahead and try to do this. And I do like William's point that you do want uniformity, but maybe there could be a working group to agree on how they'll use that and what they'll try to focus on with those surveys. But they're so valuable, and they're, I think, even more valuable now because the outage cost map is going to change so radically. I think with all the DERs and people having some resiliency and wanting more resiliency, and the geography footprint of it should be something the utilities could use for lots of good reasons. So I'm just way convinced that those were super valuable at the time, and they're still, it would be very valuable for the utilities. And LBL is going to do a generic kind of version, I think, and I don't know that that's going to fit what these folks, what we need in this kind of context. So I'll leave you with that.
Thanks, Ed.
Okay.
I guess Vincent, you don't have to raise your hand. You just speak
Okay.
freely.
Yeah, so Eric, we were having a little side conversation with our team at PG&E, and whenever I talked about the survey at PG&E, and I don't know the details, but their reaction was that it took a long time and was quite involved from their standpoint. So I don't know the details, of course. So obviously, we're open to discussing your experience with ours as well. The other thing I wanted to point out was that wonder if it changes your mind, but when I look at the slides for the ICE 2.0 that LBNL put out, they said that they would complete the ICE 2.0 by June 2024, right? So it's like if we do the studies and it takes a year, I don't know how long it takes 2 years, and they're also going to do their studies and it comes out in 2 years' time. It's like, I think we need to think about, the timing of all this.
Well, is maybe there should be a set of people from the, well, I assume there are, now that I think about it, the utilities that are working with LBL and ICE group, and maybe that's the better way to steer it. But yep, those are very good points, Vincent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Vincent's point is that should we launch our own utilities into their own study, that the ICE would be ready at about the same time, and maybe the ICE would be good enough, a much improved on what we have right now, and more support.
Will they? Can we steer it in the directions that we need so that it might accomplish both the sort of, I would call it the local and global reliability questions, as well as our risk-based decision-making needs? So
I think we should reach out to LBNO and get more details on that.
Hey, it's great that they're doing that, though. I mean, it looks like either result, or yeah, and I do understand why we don't want both results necessarily. So, okay, well, I'm overly enthusiastic about outage cost analysis, and I always have been. I'll just admit it.
That's good. I'm glad we have you on the team.
Oh, thank you. It's been a good discussion. Okay.
And just real briefly, I just wanted to echo Fred's comment where it's just like right now all we're doing is looking at for reliability. It's just like customer minutes interrupted. So there's just like even a little improvement is a lot better than what we have right now. We have a very rudimentary conceptualization of impacts of reliability. So like we don't like just basically we can't. There's nowhere to go but up. Like so even like any improvement is good. Like so we don't have to solve every problem and go into complex detail and make this like the perfect. Like so basically any improvement is good.
Completely agree.
Arnold, we're still on the record apparently. It's fine.
I know there's nothing inappropriate going on, but I just wanted to give you a warning.
You didn't swear us in. I'm not sure we're on the record.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask Arnold about that because I stayed on specifically because I wasn't quite sure, like, with the kind of gray area, if this is in the report, or you're like, is once you close the meeting, is it done? Like, how do I deal with this?
I think so. I'll have to talk to George and Brevin on our IT team.
Pardon me, as a former staff of the commission and stuff, I guess I'd say that since everyone else wasn't here, it's not due process. If it helps you think about it better, I think that's good, but it arguably shouldn't influence you.
I tend to agree with you that since it was closed and people
Yeah.
left, that I won't include this in the.
It shouldn't be in the report, probably, right?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Okay, I mean that's perfectly fine. I think it's healthy to have like post workshop discussion. I just wanted to be clear on how we kind of treat this discussion.
Yeah, and I think the IT guys just told me they're about to stop recording. Anyway, not that it matters, but.
All right. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you all. It's been a good discussion. And sorry I miss you on the next one. Take care.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay.
Appreciate you being here.
Yep. Bye now.
Have a nice weekend. Okay, I think it's been about 10 minutes and conversation that seems to be petered out. So, Ken, were you guys, your team okay with issuing the post workshop notes?
Yeah, I think so. So I sent you over for those